Howdy, folks. Welcome to the show. Yeah, by the way, I know this is a different camera view than I usually do from my mini painting stuff. The main reason for that is because, well, for my normal mini painting streams, I'm painting around the camera. Like it's right in front of me. Like right in front of my view. So it's very, very hard on my back and my neck to like basically be on the edge of my seat around the tripod painting awkwardly like this. And I can do that and paint effectively while doing that, but not for long periods of time. So since today's stream is intended to be a lengthier experience, it's a full day of hobbying, I didn't want to do that at risk of causing myself too much untoward damage. So instead, I set up everything a little bit differently with an overhead view, as we see here. And the first thing I'm working on today is a piece of terrain that I have been building. Fun fact, this is not pre-made by any company or anything, it's all me. This is a piece of chipboard, which is just some cardboard, and everything you see up here is 3D printed bits and bobs I put on. Welcome Ludus, or also as a librarian, Big Old Troll, welcome, welcome. And Dragonus, welcome. Are you winning, son? I think I'm winning. A full day of casual hobbying, I'd call that a win any day of the week. Well, anywho. So, as it is, everything you see here is 3D printed on my printers behind me. Everything from the tubes to the tiles. I did do a little bit of variety. The wooden planks here, all of it 3D printed, resin printed. For a pretty decently okay tile terrain piece. I kind of want to make like 6 or 7 of these at some point. That way a really big table could be made up of nothing but these like square tiles. I could put all over the place with different kinds of terrain. Probably 1 or 2 of them are just going to be completely blank without like tubes or anything on them. So I could put other modular stuff on them like crates, ammo crates, that kind of thing. How was my week? Oh, it was okay for the most part. I got to hang out with my girlfriend in the middle of the week. She got to come over Wednesday, and we hung out, and we had some fun. Well, I say some. We had lots of fun. Happiest videos, welcome. Excuse me. I only woke up a little while ago, so you also have to forgive me for a little bit of low energy at the start here, but that's okay. Greetings. Hey, Calcio. Yo, let's go. Indeed. I'm not a grown-up. Yeah. I have a relationship. This is grown-uphood. Alright, here we go. But let me know if the music is too loud or I'm too quiet. I got everything set up as best I can. Hopefully it works out. Also, real quick. I gotta put on some music for myself in my ears while I work. Don't worry, I am focusing on the chat, but having something playing my... I'm not very good with pure silence on my end. You guys are hearing music, but I'm hearing nothing, so... For my own sake, I'm gonna put something on casual. I say casual, I put on heavy metal. I should be looking for a new job. Oh, did you quit? Sorry to hear that, man. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you felt... If you quit, I'm sorry to hear you felt the need to. They should have treated you better. And if you got fired, well... They don't know who they lost. They lost a very capable and good man. That's what they did. Alright, so we're going to start with... Actually, I think I'll save the tubes for last. So what we're going to do here... Do a large flat brush. I do not like how loose that is. Alright, hopefully that'll be fine, but the connector point here is really loose. I kind of want to rip it off so I can super glue it or something. And it'll be fine. Alright. I'm gonna use Vallejo's Stonewall Gray. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the $15 from Knock. Much appreciated. Can't stick around, but have a good time, man. Thank you. And that's fine. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, by the way, for anyone who chooses to do so, there are 2 ways to donate. Obviously, there's Super Chat, which is through YouTube. And there's also a link in the description to the Streamlabs. The only real difference is with the Super Chats, YouTube gets 30% of whatever you donate. And with Streamlabs, I get like 95% of whatever you donate. And also, I get it instantly with Streamlabs, whereas with the YouTube stuff, I don't get it till the next month. I'm only letting you guys know so you can make like an informed choice. Obviously, a donation's a donation. I appreciate it either way, and the generosity is greatly appreciated and not expected and not a requirement. But I love it, and it makes it better, easier to do stuff like this. So, yeah, thank you. Not. I'm gonna quit till you get a new one. Oh, okay, so you're getting ready to leave the job. Okay. Need the cash, but let's just say this week was just too much. Nah, I get you, man. I had that experience when I worked for the Navy. Just got to that point where it was too much. They were asking too much, they put me through too much, and I had to say goodbye. Happens to the best of us. And you should never be ashamed to admit you have a breaking point. It's just sometimes they ask too much, and it's their fault when they lose you. It's not anything to be ashamed of to admit it. We all have that moment. But if anyone curious, I'm ambidextrous, so if you see me paint with both hands, that's why. I'm also trying not to lean on the desk while I do this, because this is a very wobbly desk. So it's gonna look like an earthquake every time I do a stroke if I'm leaning against the desk. I'll be painting your Crimson Fists while you paint as well. Awesome! Love to hear it. After I get this relatively done, because I'm streaming all day, so I'll have the time. Once this is done to the extent I want it to be done, I'm then going to be moving on to my orcs, which I have plenty of them to paint. This is just a terrain piece I've had laying around for a while that I've really wanted to get done. Hello, Vasco Fernandez. Welcome to the stream. Nice, thank you. How you doing? You open your window a few times so I don't die from paint fumes? Wait, what? I mean, I don't open mine. But I'm also not dealing with toxic... I mean, it's acrylic paint. Unless you're spray painting. Are you spray painting? I'm trying to be careful on the bits and bobs, but... Yo, is that a Rippaverse shirt? Yes, this is a Rippaverse shirt. I actually got the hat and I got the ISOM comic. Support independent creators, of course. And I very much support Rippaverse. And the comic is good. I won't spoil anybody, but the comic is really good. I've read it through twice, and I keep it in plastic. I want to keep it pristine, but yeah, I'm really impressed with what Mr. July was able to do. Like, this is a very good comic, a very good start to the ISOM verse. And I'm not getting paid to advertise that, by the way. I just really like it. Adam Wolford, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. Yo, how's it going? It's too early. Well, don't you worry, brother. I'm streaming all day, so if you need to do other stuff, if you're busy, again, no pressure for anybody to stay for the whole thing. If you choose to, that's awesome. But I'll be here if you want to, hop off and do other stuff and be productive with your day. I'll be here. Gotta get my hands on that. I recommend it. It's a good comic. I'm painting your Byzantine auxiliaries from Fireforge. Ooh. I don't think I've got any Fireforge minis. I don't know, I'd have to look. I don't think I do, though. I have one-page rules minis, but that's 3D printed, and I like them. But outside of them, I don't really have... Well, I got red makers as well. Generally speaking, I have mostly GW minis, so I try not to buy or get my hands on too many other ones right now, because I still gotta paint these ones. Hey, Telkree, welcome to the stream, you amazing human being of a person you are. Been painting my Lord Felthius and the Tainted Cohort. So much fun painting Plague Marines. Yes, I actually, I've been collecting Plague Marines as another army of mine. Although I wouldn't take that as too impressive because I collect like 4 or 5 armies. I've been in the Warhammer hobby for a decade, for anybody who's like new to me. Exactly a decade a few months ago. So a decade and some change, I have been a hobbyist, which I know is nothing too impressive, especially to the old guard of the hobby who've been in the hobby since the 80s. But for my little square of life, that's basically half my lifespan so far that I've been a hobbyist. And I have enjoyed every moment of it. But yeah, I collect, my main army is orcs, as you'll see as we paint them today. I have a Horus Heresy army of Blood Angels, and for other 40k armies I have Black Templars, recently Sisters of Battle, Death Guard, Chaos Knights, Imperial Knights. Oh, whoops. Got some red in there. Crap. Hopefully it'll blend. Hey Nico, what you painting? This is a custom terrain piece I've built. It's made up entirely of 3D printed bits and bobs. And it's not like a pre-built kit or anything. I 3D printed this myself with my 3D printers on a chipboard slab. Everything is super glued on here. Super glued and hot glued. So that's what I'm painting right now. Once we get done with that, I'm going to move on to my orcs. Hopefully to get more and more of them done. Thinking about starting a Necron army too. Yes, I have Necrons as well, I should say that. Although I haven't done anything with my Necrons, because A, I have too many of my other armies to focus on. Does not give you notifications? It doesn't, son of a... Well, let me open a tab of it, that way I can see it. And we don't have to worry about that now, do we? Yeah, let's let's open it over here. One second, guys. Sorry for the delay. Come on. Thank you, Dragons, for the $10, man. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Asmogan, when you marry your girl, can you stream it? I'll ask her. I'll ask her. We're a bit far off from that. I want to date her for at least. I told her my rule, which is I don't want to jump in anything too crazily, because if you jump in too quick, you might make some mistakes. You want to make sure you found the right person. I'm pretty sure I found the right person for that, but before I commit to anything, I do want to be 100%. So I want to date her for a solid, I want to say, a couple years. So we're gonna try our best to not go too fast. But as of right now, I'm pretty sure she will be the one I end up marrying. Good thing I waited 3 years. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait 2. It might be less if like I really am certain at some point that there's no one else gonna come along, or well, it's not that I'm hoping someone else will come along. It's more make sure that she's comfortable with me, I'm comfortable with her, and we know for sure, you know, we're not gonna break up the moment we move in together, for example. Want to make sure everything's clear before we jump into anything. Yeah, reconning the mother is a must before long-term relationships. Yes, reconning the mother. That's one way to put it, but yeah. I do know that the other day when we were just kind of chatting casually, we did bring up like some serious topics, like, you know, hey, if we get that far, how do you feel about kids? How do you feel about, you know, having separate bank accounts? We had the adult conversation. And it was nice. It was nice. As it stands right now, she wants 4 or 5 kids, although she's not too specific. And I don't want any less than 1. Sorry, I don't want less than 2. So a minimum of 2 kids. And I don't want any more than 7, and that's like the absolute max if I go insane. Ideally, I want 4 kids. Just 4. And even that's kind of pushing it, but that's like the ideal. My brush is a little further away since I'm stretching over there. Hey, Dale's Daddy, welcome to the stream. Last week finished a Microfarland Necron Kit Bash, a little to a flayed one. Nice, Vasco. DD here. Have fun today, man. Haven't painted in a while myself, but putting together some secondhand bought Tempestus. Nice. You kit bashing them like pilots from Titanfall. Dude, that sounds rad. Oh, I wish you luck with that. And sounds exciting. Could be a really fun project for you. Lore Master Terragor, how you doing? Or, sorry, Encarmine Terragor. Try staying at each other places to see how each of you like actually being around each other. Well, she stayed at my place a couple times now. Obviously not for an extended period of time, but like she's done overnights, and I intend to do overnights with her in the future. But right now it's mostly stuff happening at my place. Alright. That red is really watery and it keeps bleeding into my gray. Based in Tradpilled? What the fuck? Tradpilled. Okay. At least 3 kids. Is that how many you want, or is that how much you think is the ideal? Is this so? I want 3 mini Dragonuses within the next couple years. That's an order. Bro, just like come in. It's all about serious stuff. Don't stop with the kids until you can feel the football team. I wouldn't say it's too serious. It's fairly casual. It is somewhat serious, like I said. So it's finding like your footing with her. But I love her as she is right now, and I'm not trying to rush nothing. Yeah, she's repeated to me several times that she finds like my hobby, like with Warhammer, hot. I find that incredibly entertaining. Like, I showed her my entire Ork collection, and I was like, okay, I'm about to lose her a little bit here. Now she's staring at him, looking at him, and she's like, you have the patience for this? I went, yeah, I have the patience for this. She went, that's hot. I went, oh, she cracks me up sometimes. What she says. I think is I don't know if she meant it or not. She was trying to be funny, because she said it with a lot of sincerity. So I'm not sure. I've never heard of the miniature painting kink. I've heard of it as an obsession, but not as a kink. So I don't know. Lady Runesong, how you doing, you wonderful lady, you? Hope you're having a brilliant day. Welcome to stream. Good morning, peeps. Hope you all are well. I'm doing fantastic, and your presence only enhances it. So, she expects that patience in the bedroom. She expects that precision in the bedroom. She watches the stream. I'm gonna get a earful. Good. I showed her my Atomic Heart stream from the gaming channel when Nora, like that vending machine with a little bit of too much horniness attacks. And the whole time she was like, this isn't a video game? I went, yeah. She went, that's not another like person though. That's like a voice actor. Yeah, that's an NPC. It's pre-voiced, all that stuff. Okay, good. I don't have to kill anyone. I'm like, what? Gonna make sure I get all the little nooks and crannies. She better should. Hey James, how you doing? Let's call me. I'm joining the guard. Making a guard army was going to be Steel Legion, but you know the Chad had fallen to bed already. Yeah. Chick dig the bolter, if you know what I mean. Y'all are incorrigible. Let's switch this up a little bit here. That way I get a different angle. Almost done with the gray. Sort of. Try first staying over her place for a week and then yours for the same amount of time. For me and my wife, we dated for 5 years. Wow, that's nice. Before marriage, for kids, before marriage, 4 kids, we 3, but we want 2. Okay. Wait, we 3? Wait, we 3 as in you have 3, or you wanted 2, or... Am I misreading that? Am I misreading that? Top of the morning to you, give me a hug. How you doing, big ol' troll? Thoughts on Conquest? Conquest. Wait, is that new, Conquest. I swear that sounds familiar. Are you talking about a game mode with 40k, or are you talking about... Because I think there's a new tabletop game called Conquest, isn't there? Because that's what popped in my head. But speak of the devil, my girl just woke up. I'm double checking Conquest tabletop. Yes, it is that. It is that tabletop game. There it is. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. Last Argument of Kings minigame. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, so I can't say too much from an informed position. I've seen info about it. A couple of mini painter YouTubers that I've watched in the past have brought it up, and some of them have like advertised it because they got it for a sponsor. And some have just played it because they thought it was neat. But from what I could tell, it looks cool. I know that it caught my interest more than Age of Sigmar has, so I don't know how much that says too much about it, but I certainly, like I said, I wish I could give you an informed position on my thoughts on that one, but I can't, because I just don't know enough, so. It has orcs on dinosaurs. Ooh, that's one hell of a sell. It's kind of like what I want the Beast Snaggers to actually be. So every time I think I'm just about done with the gray, I see one more spot that didn't get enough coverage. And I think that's good. There we go. That's not... We wanted 2 at first, but we ended up with 3. Oh, okay. The 3rd one will be here next month or in April. Congratulations, man! Yeah, make sure not to tell them that, because that'll... Well, you can, but wait till they're adults. Because, you know, my parents told me and my sister, my mom was like, okay, so my sister was is older than me by 5 years. She was not planned, And thankfully they didn't tell her until she was older, but she was still a teenager, so she still got like all like, you know, personal about it. It's like, so you didn't want me? It's like, no, it's just you kind of came along. We weren't planning on it, but we loved you all the same. She's like, yeah, but you didn't try. And she constantly brings that up. But and the ironic thing was I actually was planned. So it's a great source of sibling rivalry, I must say. I find it hilarious. But that's me. Okay. Alrighty then. Alright, so I'm also gonna, by the way, for these, I'm gonna do a coat of black. And I'm gonna do a dry brush of metal. Kinda like I did the other day in a mini painting stream. Mini painting stream with my Ork Morkanaut. I keep forgetting if it's a Morkanaut or a Gorkanaut I have both, technically, but one of them is assembled and primed. The other one is not. GG. What language that you don't already know would you learn if you could? Japanese. It seems like it would be the most interesting to me. Hello, working on a Mega Track Scrapchat alongside you peeps. Awesome! Love to hear it, Smilomaniac. I hope I said that correctly. But, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope you're doing fantastic. And a Mega Track Scrapchat alongside you. Actually, that's one of the few Ork models I have in my massive collection that I haven't assembled. That's the thing. Like I told you guys when I shared that image and when I streamed my mini painting last time, the Ork army that you saw on that table is not my whole collection. Like, in fact, it's only a part of my collection. I still have a scrapjet in the original, you know, plastic of my box. I also have a third Ork truck I got to assemble and paint at some point. As well as 10 Ork Ludas, more Ork Ludas. I already have 10 assembled and primed, which we'll probably get to today to paint on. I also have Beast Snaggas. I got that box for Christmas. I tend not to, I don't like the Beast Snagga stuff. I don't want to get that. But my family don't really know this stuff too well, so they just know I like orcs. Beast Snaggas were orcs, so they got them for me. And I appreciate all the same, and I will assemble and paint them at some point, just solely for the fact that I did get gifted them, so it's a good commitment. And I have another set of Warbikers I want to put together. Actually, fun fact, for those who are new to the channel, a side project I've had in the hobby for the last year is I'm trying to make a very large amount of Warbikers. Because I want to make like a second mini army within my Ork army called the Els Angels, or Els Angels. And they're gonna, with the best of the boys. They're gonna rock on our bikers, and we're gonna make them mother raw. Cause we the Els Angels, you know? So I've been working on, that's a little side project I have on the side. Obviously it's not a list I can actually play in a tournament, but I do want to play it like unofficial. So I'm looking forward to that when I finally get that project done. So far I only have about 12 assembled and started painting, but they're not done yet. But that's a cool little side project I've been working on. Yeah, I got 80 guardsmen to do. Jeez. Don't envy that. Batch painting, just 20 of them can be a pain in the ass. Are they also gonna sell drugs? Yes. They're gonna sell the drugs, Squiggy. So a speed freak side army. Pretty much, yeah. Some of the good stuff? No, I just, woke up on a good mood. I knew I was waking up to do this morning and for the rest of the day, so it's kind of a good day for me. It's a pure hobby day. Alright, so I'm gonna let that dry for just a second here. And sorry, drugs. Drugs, what did I say? Can't spell it incorrectly. Or the boss snob will have your head. And the war boss will beat you to a crump. You don't want that now. The Ork army I'm painting is a restoration project. 4,000 points of mistreated greenskins. Well, that's a crime. So it's an eBay save? Yes, eBay save or equivalent. Yeah, I got some recent with the not an eBay save, but a Facebook Marketplace save, where this guy was selling for $20 some real classic minis, like an original metal Techless was in the list. Also, a metal old school 80s Iron Priest. I think it was 80s. It was either late 80s or early 90s, but an original metal Iron Priest, as well as assortment of other old school minis. And he was selling them for $20 in just a tin. Made me scratch my eyes out seeing that. Like, these are some classic pieces of Warhammer history, and he's just selling them for $20. So my sister, credit to her, I told her about it, and she, as the angel that she is, she picked them up for me as a kind of late Christmas gift. And now I'm going to restore them. That's another project. But I have so many going at once, I can't tell you which one's going to get done first. What's Japanese you want? You will have fun with things like agglutination, case marking, SOV, word order, tonality, formality, and figurative language. Very fun. Well, I unfortunately have no talent in learning languages. My Spanish high school teacher can attest to that. It's just something that doesn't click with my brain, so if I'm ever airdropped into a foreign country, I'm screwed. I got money for his engagement ring. My friend paid. I'm restoring them. Shared army in addition to our own. Nice. Now that is a hobby memory maker right there. So Asmo needs the Isekai translation power to survive. Yes, I would need that. It's like, I can understand the language. If you ask me, that's the most overpowered shit in Isekai anime. Just the ability to understand language. They took that out. So many anime would end so much more horribly if they were honest. Ooh. Alright, so that should be dry enough. There we go. Alright, so right now what I'm doing is I'm doing a feed drip. This is to dirty up the surface. Might have to do a few more drops. That also on top of the world eater stuff is I'm doing as well. Ah, okay. What an interesting conversation I had recently. Recently I got into I wouldn't say, well, I'll call it a debate. It was a bit of a debate on like who's a worse Legion, which for some people that wouldn't be what the conversation would be about, but for us it was. But I got into a debate on who's a worse Legion, Word Bearers or World Eaters. Now, of course, mine was, and it was under the premise of when we say worse, not like, it was talked about in like quality of writing. And for me, I made the argument that World Eaters were worse than the Word Bearers. And the person I was arguing with was very offended, because they were mad. They thought the Word Bearers were far worse. And I think I thought the same, which is why they engaged me in the conversation. Because it didn't seem like they were interested in my opinion after that. But, yeah, I thought it was a weird conversation. Because they told me, like, hey, why do you think they're worse? Why do you think they're worse? Why do you think they're worse? I'm like, geez, calm the fuck down. I think they're worse because in the case of writing, they're one note entirely. And he cut me off and he was like, well, that's exactly what the World Eaters are. I'm like, yes, but hear me out. That's what the Word Bearers are. Well, I told him yes, but in the case of the Word Bearers, at least they're like a one-note villain. But there's some, very minorly, but there's some complexity to them. With the World Eaters, they're just rage boys. That's it. Like, there's nothing else to them if you really want to talk about it. Like, yes, you could argue old Karn is a very complex character, somewhat. But as a whole, not really. They're not complex at all. Hey, come Caboose! Welcome. Oh, so, because of Aaron? Well, Angron is a part of it. Angron himself, very much, is one note as fuck. So, he's got no complexity, in my opinion. But I would say it bleeds over to the rest of the Legion. Because I don't think they as a whole have any kind of complexity. I mean, Karn is their most complex character. And no, before anyone brings up Latara Saren, you can't bring her up. I'm talking about the actual Legion. Not humans aligned with the Legion like she is. No. The Legion itself, of Astartes, there's no complexity there. Like, none. Like, they are literally just one singular note, and that note is... Hold up. That one note is rage. At least the Word Bearers, they were cool enough, quote-unquote, to actually feel like they had some power of espionage to them. Kind of like the Alpha Legion. You know, they are the ones who infiltrated most of the Imperium and created a lot of the mess that ended up happening. So at least they did something that felt somewhat carefully planned and in-depth and impressive. I really don't feel that with anything that the World Eaters have done. Oh, Aaron Dembski-Batten. Okay. Well, he's definitely a contributing factor. I mean, at the end of the day, the writer is obviously the core of the issues, but the outcome is irrefutable, regardless. Totally off scale? Yeah. I'm sorry, even with warp buffs, you don't survive a fight, you mean. Oh, sorry. You don't survive a titan crushing you. Oh, you mean a titan crushing you. Okay. They have very few characters from the ship captain to some of the stuff with Karn. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Karn is their entire claim to any level of actual character. And I just don't think he's enough to make up for the rest of them, including their main head Primarch being as one note as possible. At least with Lorgar, you could say he's two note, because yes, he is hyper-religious boy, but he's also got the complexity of, well, he's got the same complexity that all the Primarchs have, technically speaking, which is his betrayal. But in his case, this is my argument, with Lorgar, in his case, when it came to the Emperor's betrayal, it wasn't just a betrayal of fatherhood. It was a betrayal of his religious figure. Like, that is far more, I would say, compelling for what ended up happening to him than for a lot of the other Primarchs. Because it's too layered. It's not just, oh, daddy didn't like me as much. It's not only did my dad not like me that much, but my God didn't like me. My God fucked me up. That is, for me, like, that adds just enough for me to put the Word Bearers ahead to the World Eaters. I don't claim, I'm not a fan of the Word Bearers by any stretch. I don't think that they're complex really at all, but they're at least two note where the World Eaters are one note. That's my argument. Rage is a hard topic today, since just schoolyard fighting is heavily discouraged. Probably don't have any authors invested in that story. Rage is typically an expression of helplessness. Yeah, I'd agree. You're dead on that one. And a lot of people, the thing is, it's not just that topic, but yeah, that is a topic no one wants to really touch on, because they're afraid of how it'll make them look, I would argue. Like, there's not a lot of authors that want to take that. They don't want to actually explore that element, not only of themselves, but of the human condition. I mean, the sad thing is, I think people are more willing to cover the concept of grape, minus the G, than they are willing to cover a topic of like rage. Because they're afraid of how it'll make them look. Like, if you cover the topic of grape, pretty much just covered the exact same way no matter what, which it should be only covered in one particular way, but I think the level of depth to it is definitely, I think they've already ridden that horse pretty heavily in media, in books and novels, like the consequences of it, the trauma, the horror of it. But it's kind of scary to me that we live in a culture that's more willing to cover that topic than something like rage, or something more primal, like, of emotion that affects everybody. Like rage, like lust, or, well, like I said, grape kind of is an expression of that, but greed and, you know, like usually when those things are brought up, they're just kind of hand waved aside as, oh, this is just really, really bad, and call it there. And it is, like, extreme expressions of rage and extreme expressions of power, lust, and things like that. Yeah, they are pretty much easy to kind of write off as just evil, but I kind of want someone to explore it a little bit more. Like, how do we get people in the world that are that rageful, that are that impassioned by these things? Like, just actually go into it, explore it, think about it. Like, where does it come from? And yes, anybody can be a victim of it if we're honest about it. But unfortunately, people are not honest about it. Sin, basically. Our darkest impulses and emotions that needs to be acknowledged being there, rather than swept under the carpet. Yeah. And I'll agree with you, it's not really covered at all. Which is a shame. Because there's a lot of potential, like, with the exploration of those ideas. But if anyone's wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to create weathering, or if you prefer, dirt streaks to give like a dirty feel to the floor here. It'd be easier to do it this way. Hey, Mr. Bones, welcome to the stream. Still talking and he's right. Yeah, I know. I think everybody knows that little piece of trivia about Angron. I think. What up, boys? Right now I'm working on a terrain piece, which is, relatively speaking, almost done. Well, not almost done, but the tiling is almost done. The weathering on it, anyway. I'm not religious. I say sin because it doesn't matter to me if you're religious or not. Let's see how humanity has dealt with that side of us throughout history. It's how we make a story about it. Yeah, I'm only slightly religious. I'm not like a hardcore Christian by any stretch. But I believe in God. But that's me. I don't judge anybody for not believing or choosing to, anything like that. It's just where I stand. I didn't used to be, but changed as I got older. When I was younger, I didn't believe it all. But I'm not here to give a religious sermon, so I won't be here. I won't weigh you down with that. Anyway. But, alright. Give that a second to dry. So it didn't have a brain. I only slightly did, but you know, my parents were both religious, but growing up, I kind of resisted it when I was young. Didn't think much of it. Thought, you know, I pretty much gave up on religion when I was a teenager, and I would say within the last 2 years or so, I kind of gone back to it, and I see it differently than I did as a kid. But like I said, I'm not here to weigh anybody down with it. I'll be alright, brother. We'll swing by on and off to check in. Awesome, and thank you for sharing it around, my brother in Christ and my brother in the Emperor. Love to see you as always, Oddball. You think both Primarchs are equally nuanced, but I definitely agree with you about their allegiance. Yeah, well, this is my thing. I don't think Angron's too nuanced. I think he had the potential to be. I just don't think they actually achieved it. But yeah, the legions are. All right, so oh crap. Of course, the moment I think I'm good, I notice a flaw. So how's the weathering look so far, guys? $115 for 10 car skin? What? Huh? I wish Chaos was more interesting. As it stands, I find them pretty cringe. They are only ever as powerful as setting demands for a bad guy. I mean, you're correct. The beauty of GW writing. Weathering's good? Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna let it dry for a second. Check real quick. Weather's looking good. As for, excuse me, on stuff off GW in the US, good luck with that. They can't even keep their own online store stocked. When did I say I was ordering jack shit from GW? I ain't ordering nothing from them. It currently, as it stands right now, if I want to order something, I'll order it via my 3D printer. Do I need a new Ork model or feel like I need one? I will 3D print it. The beauty of 3D printing. Yeah, by the way, just so you know, Oddball, this is a terrain piece I completely designed from the ground up myself. It's 3D printed bits and bobs. I cut a square of chipboard, or cardboard chipboard, and then I 3D printed everything you see here. This is 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed. Including the tiles, everything is 3D printed by me, super glued and hot glued on, and yeah. Oh, the lad tucking car skins. Oh, okay. They want a bill for 10 shock troops. 3D printer go brr, too much now. I know, right? Especially since like a single like jug of resin you can get on Amazon is still only like, even after inflation, is only like 45 bucks. And I can 3D print an entire army of something. I know I've tested it. I 3D printed an entire dwarf army from one-page rules. An entire army from one-page rules with maybe half a gallon of water washable resin from Amazon. Well, not from Amazon, but I bought it through Amazon. We love hobby on a budget. I know, right? Sad thing is, this is looking a lot better than anything I could buy like pre-made for like terrain kits. The GW always pretends there's a run on plastic. It's kind of funny actually when you think about it. $7 of plastic in most boxes, yeah. It's GW, you know, they've always been a 3D print. I always said 3D printing. 3D. Oh, take the 3D out of my sentence. They've always been a miniature company first and a rules or game company second. Yeah, they said that themselves like years ago. So now I read that. You think they could measure halfway up to Bandai if they were that? You would imagine. Bandai Namco, they're kind of an interesting company as you look at them too. I don't want to go too much into that. The Alpha Legion I made with the tanks and dreads came out around $120. Why can't even buy an old Forge World resin Sikaran for that? Yeah. It's just really weird that GW continue to have such outrageous prices, and instead of just there are so many ways that GW could embrace 3D printing, or at the very least make it so it's more attractive to get their stuff over 3D printed stuff, outside of just the whole bullshit of, oh, well, if you have 3D printed third-party material at our tournaments, you're not allowed to play. Okay, that's just petty. And guess what? Not a lot of people care. The biggest Warhammer tournament in the world is at LAX, I'm pretty sure. Well, not LAX, but it's in LA every year. And it's not GW official as far as I'm aware. If they aren't charging $170 for a night. Is it $170 now? It was $140 last time I bought a night. I might go bankrupt. I think they're going to go bankrupt anyway with how much goodwill they've squandered from the community. I mean, they are... Honestly, GW are a masterclass in how to lose any and all goodwill with a customer base. I would encourage any, like, course that teaches, like, people about business and small businesses and stuff like that. Use GW as an example of the importance of goodwill. Because now that 3D printing is around, what reason do people have to go to GW for their minis and for their armies? Oh, so they can attend the official tournaments? Where they get searched like the Waffen SS if they have any third-party or kit bash material, when the company themselves have in the past advertised and used third-party materials, and not to mention their entire hobby is just a giant ripoff of like a dozen other universes. They have nowhere to talk. They're in no position to talk. They're just giant hypocrites. Like, it's kind of funny how that works out, isn't it? Goodwill is something that is so important right now for them, and they're not even trying to earn it, really. Acting like they don't use the tech yet. Like I said, they're high and mighty as shit. And it doesn't... It's... Again, they're a masterclass in why you should not squander goodwill from your customer base. Because now that 3D printing is around, again, there's just like... There's less and less reason to buy the official product every single day. And the only people who are like, staunchly buy it. Oh, thank you so much, Nathan. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. Thank you. Much appreciated generosity as always. Love to hear it, and I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Yeah. GW are a bunch of... Honestly, I just don't know what goes through, like, their marketing teams, like, heads. I'm assuming something is going on in those heads, I suppose. I suppose that was my first mistake. Money. GW are selling single miniatures for around $30 here. For around the same price, you can get 25 Byzantine auxiliaries from Fireforge. But I bought mine at what I remember as a 50% discount kick. The thing is, I've been... a lot of the GW miniatures I've bought over the last, like, 3 or 4 years, I've been getting from eBay. And, like, in plastic, like, not even... like pre-owned or pre-opened or meddled with in any way, I can get on eBay pretty much everything you can get in the Warhammer official store for $10 or less than the market price. Which isn't a huge money saver, but think about that. Just 1 degree of separation from the GW official stuff, from their actual ingrown homemade store, I can get for like less. I can get basically a discount simply by buying it on someplace like eBay. That's ridiculous. And if anything, it's easier to look for the stuff on eBay. Like, what the fuck? It's originally in plastic. And you can get it for like $5 to $10 off, like shaved off the top. Even with shipping, you're saving money. Why buy from them directly? It's just silly. is to corner market prices. The extra Templar bits I buy off like Etsy improve my models 100-fold over what is offered on their store. Yeah. Like, and again, like, it's especially with the rise of 3D printing. If you go to places like Etsy, you go to eBay, you go to any like third party store or area. It's just so many things right now are offering better material and better quality stuff than GW themselves. Like that's impressive that they don't really. And the thing is, there's no way for them to stop that. Because honestly, that's been their approach over the years. Instead of actually being competitive and making better stuff, they just try and take down anybody that makes that material. Like, and it doesn't work. Especially, again, especially if it's in other countries. It's the internet. What are you going to do? Send a cease and desist to someone who's in Albania? You send a cease and desist to somebody, hell, even here in the US. Is it going to work? No. Because even by US copyright law, if there's a single degree of change, you can argue that in court. And what are GW going to do? They're going to argue with every single guy out of his garage selling like different Space Marine heads? Really? Listen, they have a lot of money, but they don't have that much money to go to court for every single case. There's just too many. It's just not going to work for them. So, but regardless, they still go along with that approach. They send cease and desist. They send websites of a bunch of takedown orders. They copyright claim wherever they can. But it's just, you're fighting against a tidal wave. It's like a single guardsman trying to wipe out an entire green tide of orcs. It's not going to work. Admirable. Not going to work. It's impractical. So they really need to learn to work with this, or they're going to get swallowed up by the wave. And so far, years and years worth of 3D printing getting more and more popular, they've yet to figure that out. Secondary color's done. Yeah. I think I'm good to do my dry brush now. Finer detailing, nice. That looks great. Thank you. Yeah. Someone like jumped to the beginning of the stream and cut back to now. How's it look? Alright, now let's do some dry brushing. Gonna use some Balthazar Gold. Oh, by the way, I used washes to get this muddy, dirtying effect. So if anyone wants to know what I used, I literally just used Agrax or Shade, Reichling Fleshstone, and Null Oil. It just dripped it in random spots so it would feel like a natural muckiness. We have the technology. Indeed we do. Hey, Lucky Kennedy, long time no see. How you doing, brother? Add some plants sticking out the cracks. I'm thinking about that. I have some tufts I could use. They're downstairs though, so I'd have to hop off stream briefly to go grab them. But you're an uncle now? Congratulations! It's always good news to hear. Boy or girl? What are you looking at? Niece, nephew? Obsidian Archives, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Also been doing fan edits and whatnot and snowplaying. Okay, that's cool. Sure, unfortunately, I'm sure the snowplaying probably pays better. Wait, hey, you painting? Yep. Right now I'm working on a terrain piece. If you want to see what it looked like when I started, you can jump to the front to where the stream started, and then jump back here and see the evolution. Hope it probably looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm using, if anyone wants to use Balthasar Gold, and I'm dry brushing it on. Rule of thumb, whenever you want to do like a kind of a faded metallic copper look, do a base of black, and then using Balthasar Gold or a similarly coppery gold, and just dry brush it on. It's probably the best effect you're gonna get. Hey, Sidewinder, how you doing? Yo, brother, what do you recommend for removing paint from models? Trying to make up a couple Mordheim warbands. Well, I recently did a stripping job. A huge part of my answer involves, A, is this your first time stripping? And B, more importantly so, what do you have to work with? Because there's several ways to strip minis. There's numerous ways to do it. And depending on who you ask, you're going to get widely different recommendations. Well, I won't say too widely. You're going to get one of three, but the approach is I think is going to be pretty varied. I would personally recommend use IPA. It depends on the material of the miniature itself. That's probably the most important thing you need. First time stripping models. Ooh, okay. If it's first time stripping, look up a YouTube video. Like, there are some really good ones out there that give you a step-by-step kind of approach. Some will give you different recommendations. Depending on the material of the miniature itself is going to be one of the most important things I ask you. If it's plastic, if it's a plastic miniature, or resin actually, in either case, avoid using acetone if you can. Acetone is or nail polish remover if you prefer. That is a potential material you can use. But if it's plastic or resin, I would recommend, assuming the paint that's on it is an acrylic paint or similar, just use IPA or unmethylated spirits. Anything like that. IPA is what I use. I recently used that to strip some of my own minis. And it's the classic ones I have. If it's metal, you don't really have to worry about what you use. You can use acetone, you can use methylated spirits, you can unmethylated. You can use whatever you want pretty much if it's metal. But with plastic miniatures, I'd say IPA at the strongest. And unmethylated spirits, which oftentimes ends up being IPA anyway. I would use that if possible. I use 91% proof IPA or isopropyl alcohol. That's what I use. But you gotta be, I'm experienced with stripping minis. Like, I've been doing it for years. I know exactly how the approach goes. I know how to do it. So actually I have my kit, if you will, right here. So this is my everything you need, plus I would say a lot of paper towel. Or a paper towel or a disposable cloth, or actually I'd say something with a little bit of a grain to it. So either paper towel or a microfiber cloth. Either of those will do. So denatured alcohol and methylated spirits are the best to use. You can leave them overnight, and it's probably the least stressful to use. I use IPA, but again, I'm experienced with stripping miniatures. So this is 91% isopropyl alcohol, and in a Tupperware container or similar, you're gonna want to put, and this is again based on my experience, with using IPA, it's a little bit more stressful than using denatured alcohol, because this is going to be far more acidic, and then at the end of the day, that's whatever material you use. Stripping a mini of its paint, you need something that's going to eat away at that material. That's why you have to be careful with the material underneath the paint itself as well, though, because if it's too strong and too good at its job, it'll not only get the paint off, but it'll also get the plastic off, and that's not what you want. You want to preserve the plastic as best you can. So using what I'm experienced in doing, I fill just enough to halfway submerge the miniature, give or take, in 91% proof IPA. Just enough that half the miniature on its side is in the alcohol. I'd say don't like tighten the container on, but just put the lid on it. Leave it for about 15 seconds. Grab it, flip it, wait another 5 seconds. Then take it out, and on a microfiber cloth or paper towel with a toothbrush that you will never use again. Don't be like, oh, I'm going to use my toothbrush and then immediately go like scraping the cavities. No. You use a toothbrush and you make it disposable. You're never using that son of a bitch again. Ever. And with a toothbrush, you're going to want to basically do some elbow grease and scrape action along the cloth as you scrape off set by set of the given material. Now again, this is not the best method. This is what I use. The best method is using denatured alcohol or methylated spirits. That is pretty much the universally agreed upon in the hobby method to strip your minis, because it's the least stressful. It's going to target the paint more specifically, and it's the least likely to melch your minis. So I would look up a video and a guide to do that. This is just what I've been using over the years. This is the first thing I ever did to strip minis, and I've more or less had no problems since. But I knew what I was doing. This can be stressful to do, though. And it can also be dangerous, because you want to do this in a ventilated area. If you're stripping a mini with IPA, especially if it's 91 proof or higher, this is toxic. It has a fume that it gives off that can knock your ass out. So either have a ventilator mask or a window open. Make sure the area you're in is ventilated while you do this. Like I said, I'm telling you the stress ball method. But unmethylated spirits, as I've not done that, I don't know if it's the same with the toxic fumes. And it's not like the moment you breathe this in, you're screwed. But I'd say when I'm working with IPA to strip minis, the moment, if I'm not using a ventilator and I'm in an unventilated area, which is stupid to do to begin with, but if I were to do that, the moment my head starts pulsing or I start getting dizzy, dump that IPA out, down the drain, get rid of it, and go outside, breathe some fresh air, and take a walk. Don't lie down. Anyway. That's the method I use, and it works beautifully. And again, because I know what I'm doing, I know all the safety steps, I know how quickly to do everything, and generally speaking, again, I know what I'm doing. But for your first time, and if you want to do it permanently, stick with unmethylated spirits. That's the smartest move you can make, and it'll work just as well, if not better. And with a lot less stress and a lot less risk. I don't know about the fumes part with unmethylated spirits, but I do know with standard over-the-counter 91% IPA, you don't want to do it for an extended period of time, both for the sake of the miniature and your own health. But yeah, I've stripped minis just fine using that method. Plastic, metal, doesn't matter. As long as the paint is acrylic, you shouldn't ever have to use anything stronger than 91% proof IPA over-the-counter stuff. You should never have to use something stronger than that, ever. If you do have to use something like acetone, that means you're dealing with something like lead paint, which is really strong. And even then, with acetone, don't use automobile acetone. I would think that's a given, but I have encountered an individual who unfortunately used acetone from a tin, like you use on cars, to strip lead paint. At strongest, you want to use nail polish remover acetone, which is not as strong as automotive acetone. So keep in mind, if you do for some reason want to use the strongest possible material, material to remove your paint, don't go automobile acetone. Go nail polish remover. Go to your local grocery store or your convenience store. Just pick up a standard bottle of nail polish remover. Boom. You got the strongest thing you'll ever need to remove even ridiculously over-the-top paint. But most acrylics will come off just fine with IPA if you're looking to do it faster than unmethylated spirits, because this you can strip a mini within minutes. I've stripped an entire mini very thick of paint in about 10 minutes. If that. It wasn't even really that. And all I had to occasionally do is re-wet the toothbrush with some of the IPA, just as I was scraping along. I never had to re-submerge the mini in the IPA. You should only have to do that for a total of 20 seconds, 15 on one side, 5 on the other, pull it out, and then occasionally dip the toothbrush in the IPA to help you scrape off some of the tighter spots. It's not melting your minis, it's starting the Iron Nurgle army. I mean, I've seen people rebound from mistakes like that, so that is a choice. I mean, that is a creative way to work around melted minis. Anyway. But yeah, that's how I strip minis. Regardless of what I just told you, still look up a guide for your first time. Thank you very much. I had used non-acetone nail polish remover in a similar manner to remove glue from resin models in the past. I appreciate your answer. No problem. And again, I stress to you, look up a guide so you have a visual to work with. But yeah, there's plenty of things you got to keep in mind when you're stripping minis. And the most important, obviously, is your safety. Ventilated area, if you're using IPA. I can't speak to unmethylated spirits. Again, I don't know if they give off a toxic fume or not. But I know with IPA, it does. So ventilated area, window open, or you can just use a ventilator mask like I have. for the same thing. And gloves, I most of the time wear gloves. It's smart to do because IPA is a skin irritant, but you don't have to. I mean, if you're used to getting like little bits of alcohol in your hands, and if you're quick enough, you don't really have to worry about it. But anyway, that's my that's my spiel, and I hope it helps. Hope it helps. Ooh, where were we? Ah, yes. Right, one more pipe to go, and then 2 lids. Okay. Well, most likely couldn't handle it. Yeah, minis is an expensive hobby. It can be really cheap if you do like 3D printing. I say relatively cheap. The upfront cost of 3D printing is pretty high, but once you have everything you need, it's cheap as dirt. Like I painted an entire 1-page rules dwarf army, and I mean a full army with varying troops. Like I have over like I want to say 80 minis total printed, and it didn't cost me more than I want to say in resin. It only cost me about I think it was $3 worth of resin. So it depends on what angle you're approaching everything from. $3 whole dollars. Wow, you're wealthy, my man. You're loaded. You're ready to hit the town. Go gambling at the tables, you know what I'm saying? Might walk away with a whole $5. Gonna be a wealthy man. Mm-hmm. On that rich folk shit. Alright, now let's do this shit. Thank you, Nathan, for another generous super chat, my man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, my good man. To give the unit leader a green stuff flag before I started the detail painting. Ooh. That sounds interesting. Green stuff flag. I'll definitely have to look up what the visual on that one. Share it on the Legion of Unpopular Opinions Discord. I'd like to see that. Is that just a double alert, or yeah, it was just a double alert. Okay. Forgot the old GameCube. Wow. Now that's a piece of ancient technology. I would say from the dark times, but they weren't so dark. Given recent events, we certainly learned that. It's been a long, long getting from there to here. Been a long time, and my time is finally new. Chocolate de caca? What the hell? I don't know what that is. River shirt? Yeah, thanks. I like supporting independent creators, and Riververse is certainly worth the check out. I Saw Him was a good comic, I gotta say. I have the shirt, and I have the hat, and of course I got the comic. All worthy investments. Let's say. I like supporting independent creators. That's for sure. Plus, I'm an old school fan of comics when I was a kid. I'm Regillist. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope you're doing a fantastic time. Having a fantastic time. Thank you very much, Brain. Can't wait for what comes next. Yeah, I'm excited for where the chapter continues, if you will. Need my next social fuel. All right. Alright, so I'm almost done, at least to a satisfactory degree. So, how does everything look so far, guys? How would you say? I'm trying to mist out old stuff from my family, like always. Okay. Looks good. Awesome. Alright, now I gotta do the wood. Going to be funny to see how the old world Warhammer fantasy battles will work out, since a lot of the models from Total War Warhammer is being ripped out and worked into STL's print files. I mean, for good reason. And a lot of those models look very, very good. So why buy a miniature that is an approximation of it from GW when you can literally 3D print an exact one-for-one? Is it common to say thank you kindly at your place? You mean at like my household or in my country? Or my state? Because, in my family, no. It's said from time to time. It's not like a foreign phrase to us. But, countrywide, I'd say no. It's not very common at all to hear someone say thank you kindly. It happens in some states and some places, but the further south you get, it definitely isn't said that often. I could be wrong, but as far as I've heard, no, it's not a common turn of phrase. Not turn of phrase, common saying. In Canada, it's rare. Yeah, it's not it's very old timey. I'd say that's probably why. It's not a fresh word you'd hear on the block, if you know what I'm saying. Okay. I will say, now that I think about it, because I've been thinking about it for the last couple of seconds, I do think the older generation said it a lot more. Like, I remember my grandmother used to say thank you kindly quite often. Like, whenever we'd go to the grocery store, we'd be visiting, or we'd be visiting family or anything. If she ever thanked someone, she usually said, thank you kindly. Or, thank you, dearie. Those are like her most commonly like said phrases. So it might be less of a country thing or nationality thing, and I think it might be more. I think it might be more an era thing. Like, it might have been extremely common back in the day, but it's not common vernacular now, I will say. It's would you kindly now. What did I say that? Just sent the picture? Alright, I'll check it out in a second. Make sure to stretch often. That way you don't get any too much cramps in your back. Alright, so what's another interesting topic to bring up? Okay. Give it a second. Still can't believe I'm at a 9-minute edit of a song. Why can't you believe it? So the slaves are trying to escape. What? Slaves are trying to escape again. It's 9 damn minutes. It was originally 4.5. Alright. You crashing in the background? I didn't hear any crashing. one's texted me, so. I'm assuming everybody's alive in the house. Will I do a lion painting stream? No, because I don't have the lion and I don't have lions to paint. Sounds like a dog at the door or something. Yeah, it might have been. I know one of our dogs, Sherlock, he's very attached to my mom at the hip, so if she's awake, he's probably following her around. What? You and your mother? Yeah. Some animals grow especially attached to specific members of the owner. Based? How's that based? Alright. How do I feel about the Primarchs returning? I'm for it if the plan is to a lead up of the end of the canon lore. I think I'd be fine if they're planning to actually end the timeline of 40k and not start something else new. Just call it quits. Like, this is the end of the lore. Not meaning they can't write any more books, but get to the point of like, okay, this is the end of the timeline, here's the beginning, now we have 2 end caps. Now everything else they make is stories that happen within the universe between the 2 timelines. Just, if that's what they're leading up to, I'm fine with that. Good. Give me an end cap, I'm fine with that. They can still write plenty of stories in between the 2. Like an end time of 40k, I'm down. I'm down as long as, again, they're not going to try and do an Age of Sigmar and, like, restart the universe. No, just done. That's it. Everything in between is everything all the stories we want to see. Like, stories within a set narrative and timeline. If that's what they're leading up to, I'm down for it, but not if they're planning on, like, starting over. Fuck that shit. course, I also don't want them to rush it. Like, if they are leading up to an end time story, take their time. Like, they got plenty of time. They don't got to do it all in one edition or even 3 editions. Just slowly introduce the new Primarchs. Let them experience the universe anew. Let them make their mark and lay their claim on things, and work them in carefully. Will GW do that? Probably not. It's GW, but I can hope. All right, so now actually let me do this. Why must you go now? Take with the universe cut in half. I think the Tau become a rival power in the galaxy would be cooler than Chaos Nonsense. I mean, I don't like the Tau at all, so I don't agree. But, it's not a terrible idea. There we go. Alright, so now the slime. Which will be interesting to do. Does it make sense for Chaos to be big bad? They are the big bad, though. I mean, that's their setup since their inception. They should be carved. They should have carved the galaxy in 4 with Tyranid, Orks, Tau, and the Imperium being the 2 major players. Being the major players. The Tau are technologically superior, that's my point. They run a more efficient empire than the Imperium does. Right? They're also, in terms of their numbers, they're minor. The thing is, as much as their technology is superior, the thing is, it's not like you're making out to be like their technology is leaps and bounds superior. It's a little bit superior to what the Imperium themselves have. And it's not like the Imperium's in the Bronze Age and they're in the Space Age, you know? They're like they're one era removed of technology. And even then, the humans had superior technology to them. Additionally, the Tau, in terms of their numbers, they're the smallest faction in the lore. Their technology cannot make up for all the numbers. So, they are... I won't say they're minuscule compared to the Imperium, but compared to them, they're much smaller. If the entirety of the Imperium 100% focused on taking out the Tau, they could, overnight. Like, if 100% of the Imperium got together and said, fuck the Tau would be gone. They cannot resist the Imperium like that. The only reason the Tau aren't getting nuked right now is because the Imperium has way too many other foes to deal with. So, though I see where you're coming from, the thing is you're overvaluing their technology. They are not, by all accounts, simply on the count of numbers, they are the weakest faction. They are completely outgunned in terms of numbers. Hell, they're one really pivoted Wa away from being wiped out. They're, quite frankly, the Tau are lucky the Imperium have so many other enemies. So, I don't agree. Additionally, Chaos have been the big bad against the Imperium since its inception. I mean, they're the direct rival, especially given what happened with the Horus Heresy. Due to their ethereal element, they're kind of an enemy on all fronts for every faction, especially with demons factored in. Yeah, so I don't agree. Also, the idea of splitting the universe equally amongst the orcs, the Tau, and the Imperium, that's not how it works. Again, the Tau are a minuscule faction. Their numbers are pitiful compared to the Imperium, especially compared to orcs and Tyranids. And also, the universe isn't split up like that. It's not like, oh, the Tau have one corner, the Imperium have one corner. No. The Tau have this little dot of space. The Imperium has this gigantic ball of space. Tyranids are coming in from all sides of space. And the orcs are just fucking everywhere. Flying around in spores and raiding ships, pirates. And they're not split equally amongst everything. They're actually quite... It's quite the spaghetti of a map, actually. There we go. Hey, Cavanus, how you doing, you amazing son of a bitch? Oh, wait, no. Were you from that place? No, I know there's a viewer that where they live, like, it's taken very seriously if you say that. How you doing, you amazing human being? Playing one with some world leaders? Cool. Did you get the new Angron model? Is that why? What about Eldar? They're all... Well, if we're talking about the Craft World Eldar, they are very much spread out just like the Orcs are. Although, I'd say the Tau are definitely bigger than them faction-wise. Though they're on the upswing, they're still... The Eldar are very much still, are the smallest... The Craft World Eldar, I should say. Are the smallest faction. And that's a huge part of their lore, after all. But like the Orcs, they're kind of spread out. Just not as much. The Orcs are like every fucking where. The Eldar, they're just in very specific locations at a time. Tau also dying out. Not in the same manner. Because the Craft World Eldar, they're constantly having their souls threatened to be eaten up by Slaanesh. So they are on the tightrope pretty regularly. The Tau, they have a euthanization problem, but that's entirely selective by their leaders. And even then, that's like not universal. Thanks for asking. I hope you are well too. Angron is definitely on the list, but I am painting around 1,000 points of World Aegis first. Damn. Well, I guess 1,000. 1,000. I always think in like orc metrics because that's my main army. So when I think 1,000 points, I'm like, huh! But I suppose if we're factoring in like vehicles and stuff, 1,000 points of World Aegis is far more doable. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing a full day of hobby streaming, so I'm having fun with that. We've had some good conversations so far. Some 40k related, some just, shooting the shit. It has been a good day so far, I would say. Will Harlequins ever get updates? Probably not, to be honest. So a single Corn Berserker is 22 points? Oh, okay. So yeah, you should be able to fill out 1,000 points pretty fast. He's a fun miniature, solid 14 out of 20 gold cold noodles. Noah, you are a very creative person with your descriptors. Cold noodles. No, GW handled the universe terribly. And there is a level of dying out happening in the Tau, but it's not the Tau themselves, it's those that don't join them. The euthanization thing. Or sterilization. Is it sterilization or euthanization? I think it's sterilization. Although, by all accounts, they're definitely expanding. Also, their Abo streaming service, are there actually new projects coming out? There was a recent thing where some YouTuber announced a new streaming service. I didn't look too much into it, to be honest. It looked stupid from what little I saw. I think it was called Kick or something? I don't know. Like, I genuinely cared so little about it. I don't know. Outside of that, I don't know about any projects going on with, like, streaming services. And the existing kings of the streaming service stuff. Oh, I also just thought, maybe, are you talking about, like, movie streaming services and, like, TV streaming services? If so, the only news I got is, Warner Brothers and, someone else are working on possible new Lord of the Rings stuff. Which I'm dreading. I'm still hoping Netflix will release Arcane Season 2 soon. But the only reason I would resubscribe to Netflix is to see that. And then immediately unsubscribe. Mark 12 coming this year. Alternate Universe Warhammer stuff could be neat. It could be neat. Oh, Warhammer Plus. I don't care. As far as I care about Warhammer Plus, I'm waiting for Astartes Part 2. When that comes out, yo-ho, me hearty yo-ho. But outside of that, yeah. I have no interest in Warhammer Plus. I think it's a very... I'm just not a fan. Not a fan. The Hammer and Bolter show is absolute garbage. I'm gonna tell you. I've seen like 6 episodes of that, and 6 episodes of my life I want back. The only good one was the Zinch episode. And that's about it. Everything else is garbage. How do you not cut losses with Ezra Diddler? Because Hollywood has no integrity. Or morals, for that matter. Morals and integrity, they're not their strong suit. If they even had them to begin with, which they didn't. The Hollywood elite care about one thing, the Hollywood elite. And even then, only as far as it helps each other. If there's no, excusing something or letting something go, and it'll only hurt them to help each other, then they burn each other's bridges as it is. I'm glad you enjoyed that one, Cavanus, but for me, the animation is so bad. Like, it's barely an animatic at sometimes. It feels like it's that in-between stage between storyboarding and the final animation, except they want to sell you that in-between stage. It was such a disappointment. The voice acting is about the only thing I could compliment from Hammer and Bolter. That's about all I could compliment. Everything else was just so subpar. Like, if it had been a fan-made project, it would have been great. But because it had the official Warhammer license behind it, because it was, assumedly, provided an actual budget with a team, you have to measure your expectations off of that. And the fact that they were providing something that, again, I would only have praised if it was a fan animation made by one person. That's disappointing as all hell, and quite shameful in a lot of stretches. So I was immensely disappointed by it. But good news is, fan-made Warhammer content will always exist and be made. So, it'll be a while before people broke up the courage to make fan animations, but without getting poached. But people will do it. By all account, legally speaking, GW can't stop people from making their own stuff. They can stop them from making money off of it if they're profiting off the IP and claiming to own it, but if someone makes a free fan animation on YouTube, GW have no grounds to go after it. Unless they can prove copyright-wise they made the exact same project first. They can prove financial damages based on it. Good luck with that. Darth Maul came back to the EU. What? Mr. Bones, do me the biggest favor on the planet. Don't get Lucky Kennedy going about the Clone Wars. He hates that show with a passion, and I really don't want to ban him from the chat for bringing it up for the millionth fucking time. Move on. In other news, it's supposed to be toxic waste, but I guess if you want to see it as orc jizz, that's your choice. Wow, you fantasize about orc jizz all the time, Calcio. Take your kink out of my chat. Kink shame, yeah. You are back with omelette. Welcome back. Is it a delicious omelette? Have you garnished it with quite a few spices? Or at least pepper. I put a lot of pepper on my omelets. I thought about using glowing in the dark paint for toxic waste fam. Yes, I have. I unfortunately don't have any on me. So I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Pepper, onion, and ham on. Ooh, made me hungry. There. There was a Beatles bootleg in 1969 called That Back. Hey, Cindy, how you doing, you beautiful lass? How you doing? Yeah, flex these fine motor skills. Hey. This right here, I'm going to use this stream as an aphrodisiac for my girlfriend. It'll work. Things it actually might. Hey, Jenny! Another wonderful lass joins the chat. Why are you decorating your bathroom floor? Because why not? Actually, if you want to see how much this has transformed over the course of the stream, jump to the beginning of the stream to now and see how much it's changed. I bet you'll see quite the transformation. Clumsy as fuck? Nah. I'm sure you're fine. It's transformed a lot. It is like a background for something, I'm sure. It's a terrain piece for games. Yeah, I'm hoping to make about like a max of 10 of these in the future. Because it's all completely custom made, by the way. This is not like from a kit or anything. I made this from, everything here is 3D printed. These little puddles I made with PVA glue, but other than that, this is all 3D printed tiles. And tubes and stuff I got from like cults and Thingiverse, and all of it is glued onto a back of chipboard or cardboard. It's just hot glued and super glued on. It's completely custom. I'm very proud of what I've been able to do with it. I think it'll be a damn good piece to actually use on the table when I play with friends. It'll be really cool to have like a bunch of these tiles set up around the floor and have different minis set up. And after we finish this up, we're then going to start on the... We're not going to start on... terminology. We'll be working on some Ork minis after this. I think we're good for the next step. That's my great. Right, fine custom job there, boss. Thank you. I'm certainly enjoying it. Girlfriend needs demonettes. Any place you recommend for files? I would always check cults or Thingiverse. Those are like where I get most of my files. So check cults first though. They usually have it. You're gonna want to use. Think of like alternate names. Don't try a demonette first, but you might not work. So you might have to use a. Because to avoid the GW censors. Sorry, to avoid the GW Waffen SS, I should say. A lot of 3D creators have to get creative with the names, so think out of the box when looking for the name. Like, what else could you call a demonette? But also, try and look up the name just by itself, and you might get lucky. On the clock, so can't stay long, but good luck, my dude. Thank you so much, Cindy, for coming by, and I hope you're having a good day at work. Look up Hillary and scroll down, you'll find one. Oh my god. First of all, no one wants to see Hillary as a demonette. No one. Unless you have one of the weirdest kinks on the planet, and if so, I don't want to meet you. Unless we're talking about a different Hillary here. The W's in German words are actually pronounced like English V's. For historical reasons, don't ask. Okay. I won't ask. Ever listen to Smile? It's my current favorite album. No. I'm a heavy metal rock and roll kind of guy, man. And Smile doesn't sound like it is. I don't know. Might be rock and roll for all I know. But yeah, I've never heard of Smile. Or if I have, it's not coming to my brain. Alright, boom. The movie with the turtles? The TMNT? I mean, that's kind of the idea, is like, it's a mutant ooze coming out of the ground. I'm gonna have to switch out my water soon. I'm liking the terrain piece myself so far, though. What do you guys think? Has it been a pretty healthy transformation over the course of the stream here? I'm gonna let that dry before I do an outer coat of the lighter green on all of them. Stinky out of 10. Works for me. Absolutely awesome. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, guys. Feel free to bask in its glory, and hopefully as it dries, it'll, which is good. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Actually, while I'm in there, I'll switch out my water. Can I help you? Just coming to visit me? Cats. El gato. Where you going? Alright, you want off? Get on out. Wow. Tiny house demon. Yes, fur gremlin. Cats. He likes to sneak in here whenever I leave the door open. He's a brat, let me tell ya. All right. I hate when I'm batch painting and I miss a model on a step. Yeah, that's happened to me. I tend to find it happens when I do too many models at once. Like if I do like 50 plus models at once, I've done that before with my Ork boys. I missed like one particular step on like 4 of them. And it like drove me insane. I was like, no. My Siamese loses his damn mind if he can't see me. I mean, that means he loves you, right? He's like, I must have mama. Mama, do not abandon me. That'd be a short drive, Asmo, to insanity. Kinda, yeah. God damn it. One brush down. Crump the brush, indeed. Done. I'm not sure really. Hey, Matthew Gordon, welcome to the stream. Howdy, howdy. Ever heard of Harry Potter with guns? Yes, it's a great mod. And video. There's actually a parody video, which is hilarious. Alright. That's just about done. How's everybody think? What's everybody think? Vada kabang! It's based. Ha! Alright. Just doing the miniature placement tests. See how it looks with minis on board. Alright, how's that look? Beautiful. Beautiful!
It's beautiful. There's been nothing more beautiful than before.
I decided what to pay next. Arrow fletches. Nice. Get 2k points though? No. Like I said, I'm gonna make like 10 or more of these same types of tiles. So, that'll be for the future. Different variety, of course, so you can like twist them around, move them around like on a table and make like different modular terrain. I'm proud of it though. And I'm gonna take a picture before I forget. Did you appear from the green goo? Then I did something right. Real quick, gonna share these. We did it, peeps. Tile success. Just real quick, sharing my progress. Also gives it a second to dry. Leads to the question, who wins? One of the orky things or one of the turtles? Probably the orcs, to be honest. Alright. The boys get choppers instant when we hit the choppers, boys. Alright, so now we've pretty much finished that terrain piece, so let me carefully lift it up. I'm gonna have to varnish it later, but for right now, I'll just let it dry. We're gonna batch paint and hopefully finish these bad boys. Boom. I probably won't need that. COD 2 and Boy Hill 400 was brutal. You mean Modern Warfare 2 or COD 2? It was the second Call of Duty ever. Actually, I don't even remember what it was. DOG2. Okay. Blood Bowl 3 made you sad? Ah, yeah, I heard about that. Thank God I dodged that bullet. Yeah. For those who don't know, by the way, Blood Bowl 3 has been a disaster. Yeah, they completely fucked that game up. Which is kind of sad, because it could have been an easy victory, by all accounts. They could have pulled a Madden and copied the second game, and honestly, would have gone over better. Yeah. And I watched Arch's stream on it, if you can call it that, and it was a shit show. Alright, so the middle guy here needs purple. All after the same game a third time? I mean, fair enough, yeah. I'm just saying it would have gone over better if it had just been a copy-paste job. Which isn't saying much. And a finer brush. Jackson overlay. Alright, everyone. We'll pay the blood tithe. With a new Transformers. There's making another Transformers movie? Some franchises they just won't let rest. Let alone die. He rebooted with Bumblebee. Even bigger stuff exploding. It's fun a stranger when strangers call me. Isn't it purple sneaky? Yes, it is. Although I choose purple because I run Death Skulls, but I hate the color blue. So that's why I run purple. We've been a very productive stream so far. I mean, I got the terrain piece done, and now I'm on my way to working on these bad boys. Purple is best color. Yes, it is. Well, for orcs, green is best. But, you know, like, secondary color. I'd say purple. Snake egg gate. Your Warhammer is currently purple? Yeah, so am mine. Ace Windu knew purple was the best. That and Samuel L. Jackson wanted his own unique lightsaber. So George Lucas was like, fuck it, I'll write that in. Hello there. Yeah, if I mention anything Star Wars related, Lucky Kennedy's like, well, actually, that's not exactly accurate. Because in 1997, Lucas already wrote in Purple Lightsaber with Mara Sale. Okay. Technically. Actually. To be fair, I do that about some 40k lore. And Star Trek lore, quite a bit. Some point, semantics is a thing. Now, it's very sad what's happened to Star Wars, man. I mean, as far as, you know, recent stuff with it, they really have messed up. The Obi-Wan show was garbage. Hot garbage at that. Mando Season 2 was disappointing to me. I didn't even watch the latest material for it. And, what was that show called? Anduin? Not Anduin. Andor. It was an okay show. It was not a good Star Wars show, but it was a good show. I'm really hoping that we'll get to this point where Disney is just going to be like, yeah, we fucked up. Lucas, you want it back? We'll pay you like half. Yeah, sorry, we'll charge you like half what we asked from you. And hopefully he'll be like, alright, good, daddy's home. Get out. Andor. I think that's what the show's called. It was like a super uber serious Star Wars show. Ugh. I did not like it at all. It was a decent show, but not a good Star Wars show. And Obi-Wan was hot garbage. The Boba Fett show was... I couldn't make it past the first 2 episodes of that. Was there even more than 2 episodes? I don't know. I only watched 2, and that was enough for me to say, nope, I'm good. Yeah, just hoping one day we get actual Star Wars back. It'll be a long time, though. Love them. It's fascinating that they couldn't even take the most basic inspiration from it. Disney just straight up wanted to write their own thing. I mean, they made that clear from the get-go. That act of decanonizing the entire EU showed that they didn't give 2 shits about it, or about the material they were taking. They wanted to turn it into their own thing, using the skin of what was once there, and it hasn't worked for them. Well, it's worked for them on a very minor level, I guess, but I wouldn't say widely. No, not well, Mando's gotten sour too, but I was talking about Andor. Fletching done, now dinner. Oh, it's dinner for you already? I guess it's 1 p.m. So, would that be 7 p.m. for you right now? I'm assuming so. Oh, crap. Matthew Gordon, thank you for the $50, man. For your war chest, good sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry I missed it. That was 25 minutes ago, man. I am so sorry. I gotta fix the alert. But thank you, thank you, thank you, man. I much appreciate generosity, brother. So, I like to grab a complete mini version for me of the compare and contrast as I go along. $1902 more precisely. Oh, good. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have to regularly check it now, so I don't miss it. I don't know if I'd agree it was better than Kenobi. Sorry, it's definitely better than Kenobi. I don't know if I'd agree it's better than Mando. In some senses, I'd agree. Less cameos, especially with how often Disney feel like they have to put in cameos to keep people's interest. Listen, if you can't have your new characters or new people bring people in, and you need to bring in old folks, or the old audience to bring people in, then you've already failed, like, miserably. But still, like, eesh. But other than, like, the egregious cameos, honestly, the tone of Mando and the atmosphere of it is far more Star Wars to me. Granted, still not a Star Wars, it's actually something Lucas run, but it's more Star Wars feeling to me than Andor was. Andor felt like it was the skin of Star Wars put over something trying to be akin to Game of Thrones. Bingo, 1902 to be more precise. Okay. Yeah. I assume you mean Boba Fett pissed all over it? The thing is, Boba Fett pissed all over itself. That show was garbage. Even to itself. I mean, the titular character was... Oh, God. Talk about a butcher job. That was a butcher job. Like, it really felt solidly like Disney was just trying to give a giant FU to all the original characters every time I saw one of their shit shows. And despite the fact the show's called Boba Fett, he's like a secondary character in his own goddamn show. Welcome back, Mr. Bones. Miss anything? I finished up the terrain. Did you leave before or after I finished up the terrain? Remember, if you went to hell and hell is only filled with the things that you hate, movies, games, TV, music, etc., what would be in your personal hell? Female Space Marines being canon. That would be the first thing. That's how I would know I was in hell. There's a lot of things I could add. For music, It's a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World, that song. That would be playing on loop. Shit. Fire Warrior would be the only game I'd be allowed to play. And for movies, I don't know about movies, but for TV, The Rings of Power would be playing on loop as well. I have not heard his version of Barbie Girl. I'm sure it's better than the original. That ain't a hard thing to achieve, but I'm sure it was. Yeah, my own personal hell would be definitely that. Shit, it's amusing. Oh, God. Did you get to see Mando? After. Okay. So, if it was after, not much. Just been working on the Warbikers. Right now, I'm just trying to catch this one up to these two. Look at the boys. Indeed. Let's flip the question. Personal heaven, but you only get one of each. One game, one TV series, one movie, one band. Oh. The TV shows, that one would be the hard one. But for movies... one movie I'd have to watch on loop for like ever that I'd love. That's actually, it's really hard because there's so many movies I definitely would love to watch, but if I think about it, like I can only ever watch the one movie forever. It kind of turns it into a hell automatically. But I don't know, what's one movie I could watch ad nauseum for like ever? I don't know. That one's hard. For one band, I'd say that one's pretty easy. I'd probably have Shinedown. Shinedown would be like the one band I could listen up in the pearly gates for all eternity and be fine. I guess Bruce Almighty would be a movie I could watch over and over again and still find entertaining after 100 times. The TV shows, I might have a weird one for this one. Probably Teen Titans. The original, not Go. Like, that show was amazing. And I could watch that on loop for eternity. It's our one game. Either the Warhammer 40k Space Marine or Skyrim. You love Teen Titans? My childhood is in that show? Yeah, same. It very much defined the kind of girls I went after when I was in school. Raven, that set my my attraction to women pretty early on. Goth all the way when I was younger, which is that's definitely changed as I got older because most of the goth girls I dated were, but you know. Hey, bro. Homelander perfect meme. Yeah. Hey, Lady Runezong, welcome back. Finally remembered a question I had earlier. Do you have any personal lore for any of your minis? Yes. Quite a few, actually. Hold on 1 second. Doing a bit cute, yeah. Give me just a second. Try to make sure. There we go. So, as for personal lore for my minis, I have a couple. So, this should be the easiest to do, first and foremost. So with this mini, this one I have a lot of personal lore for. So for my entire orc army, it's purple death skulls, which is, you know, for the whole army. The lore with them is they're still proper death skulls, but they changed their coloration to purple because though blue is extremely lucky, they found that you don't need luck when you could be a sneaky git who gets stuff done without it. So, you know, they prefer the sneaky approach. But even when that doesn't count, they're still quite capable. Well, it's got a little bit of dust on it. But as for like specific lore, this particular Dacajet is piloted by an orc by the name Ibigit Kaku. Ibigit Kaku is a... I know it's a weird name, but I came up with it a couple years ago. But Ibigit Kaku is... he's cuckoo. And his last name is Kaku, but it's orcs trying to call him cuckoo. And basically, where his lore kind of comes in is during the War of Armageddon, when Gazgul Uruk Thraka was leading the Great War, his particular Dacajet was part of an entire squadron of like over a dozen of them. And his was the only one colored purple. The rest of them were Goth colors or were Evil Sons. He was the only Death Skulls purple in the entire squadron. And they were onset by fire, like a lot of fire, when assaulting Armageddon. And during the barrage of fire they took, not a single shot hit his Dacajet. So afterwards, he decided to decorate his craft with personal, you know, basically this is his home. He sees his Dacajet as the ultimate device of destruction. Yes, I did freehand the faces. Freehand. I freehanded everything you see on it. But he arrived at Armageddon and was able to lay down a personal barrage. And flew out of there. And was able to brag to all the other gits around him that whose lays blue when you can be a sneaky git? They didn't see me coming. So that's his personal lore. Then there's this battle wagon. Now, none of the characters in this battle wagon are named. The squad that pilots it, they're known as the Wreckers. We're the Wreckers in the name of the Wah. And the Wreckers, for the personal lore, they were part of a Death Skulls detachment that fought the Lamenters in a particular skirmish. Hence why I got Lamenter skulls right here. But they faced off with the Lamenters and beat them. Their entire detachment of vehicles, which included other battle wagons and other trucks, all were Death Skulls. They completely overwhelmed a human settlement that the Lamenters were trying to get orcs. We're trying to get the civilians out. The Lamenters laid down cover fire, but they had a hard time seeing the purple gets through gusts of sandstorm that kept kicking up. So, despite the fact that the Lamenters, by all account, had heavier firepower, they couldn't actually land a shot on the Wreckers. So the Wreckers were able to make their way around and were able to pretty much lay down as much fire as they wanted on the Lamenters. Unfortunately, they're not wearing blue, so they don't have any luck anymore. So none of those shots hit. But who needs luck when you can travel at about 80 miles an hour, full speed, and impale a couple of unlucky beakies against the rim there. So they did. So they wiped out an entire unit of Lamenter Space Marines by running them over. And as a souvenir, they got 2 Lamenter heads on the front end. The Wreckers are proud killers of the beakies. Yeah, and that's 2 good examples of some personal lore I have for my own army. Yeah, all right. That I approve. I'm glad. Thanks, Shane. No problem. I hope you like the little personal lore I have from. But yeah, that's 2 examples. Named Lou, who has a little bit of lore. Oh, that's cool. Oh, if you want to share, go ahead. Tell us about Lou. Because in one battle, in a three-way game, he killed a Nightbringer and a Carnifex in melee with his Power Fist. Though I kip-assed it and made it a flail. Okay, that's cool. Nice. Carnifex, that's interesting. And so my friend Frenchie would ask me after that every time if Lou was coming. That's cool, though. Your friend Frenchie. Is your friend French, or is he just called Frenchie? Both, okay. Well, that fits. So how do I feel about Henry Cavill wanting to do 40k? I mean, I've gone at nauseum about that, but summary of my thoughts yet again. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because I know he's an actual fan. I'm not happy that he acknowledges the name Neoth for the Emperor, but I guess at the end of the day, you can't really ignore it. Especially in his position where he's got to be faithful to what Black Library has written, including the bad stuff. But regardless, I'm optimistic for the most part. I want to participate in the tabletop side of things someday. Just need to figure out if I should aim for 500 or 1k points and how much that would cost these days. Depends on the army. Very much depends on the army. Because I play orcs. For me to get enough orcs together for a 1k point army is quite expensive. It was actually less expensive back when the start collecting boxes were only 90 bucks. But now you have to do combat patrol, which are dumb shit. But, it still was pretty expensive. Warhammer, they have a video outlining armies that you could play at $500. Yeah. Warhammer are pretty cool. For that, anyway. I'm very excited for Calvo, but also a little nervous. I feel like his project will be alright, but at worst, because he's so passionate about the IP, though. Yeah, I'm hopeful and optimistic it'll be good. I'm prepared for it not to be, but I can't help but hope it will be. And he is a genuine fan, and he showcased that quite thoroughly over the last few years. I really hope they don't get in his way. That's my thing. I'm less worried about what he or he won't do. I'm sorry, I'm not worried at all about what he'll do. I'm worried about what he'll be mandated to do by either GW or an Amazon, because Amazon are funding it. And I hope they don't mandate dumb shit to him. That's my pristine hope. But with him at the head of a project, I at least believe fundamentally that we'll get something good and faithful. That's my hope. I'm not writing off the concern, though, that it might not work out so well. World of Darkness. What's World of Darkness? Share. So it's like, so it's a shared universe between Vampire the Masquerade, War with the Apocalypse, and okay. I didn't even know it existed, so it sounds interesting. Yes. But before just now, I didn't know it existed. New demon engines. Yeah, like I said, I'm hopeful, but ready to see some concerning stuff, but I'm more on the hopeful side than not. Yeah, this is the quality we're aiming for. Oh yeah, the Discord link in the description should lead you to the public Discord, and if you want to in on the 40k Discord, just DM me. What models as mini news are y'all hoping to see at GW this year? Decreased prices across the board. That would be me. Because outside of that, I ain't getting anything no matter how good it looks. Yeah, that's pretty much my perspective. I'm waiting for them to actually release something good. Mood. I mean, it's really just not worth it. I know I ranted about it earlier. I'll say it again. Their prices are out of hand, and especially given I can 3D print whatever the fuck I want or need. I just don't see the point. Why would I buy their minis when they're not providing me a reason to? And they're not giving me a reason to support them financially. They've been making really dumb decisions. Lore-wise, as well as community-wise. So, it's not like I'd buy their overpriced plastic to support them. They're giving me no reason to. So, yeah. Only way I'd buy any is if they decrease the price. Otherwise, I'll just 3D print my own. Only requires slightly more work on my part to 3D print, and it's financially the way smarter decision. Historical gaming? I mean, I've thought about it. I'm not really that interested in historical wargaming, to be honest. There was a sci-fi like version of World War II out there. I've seen like I saw it on the Legion of Unpopular Opinion Discord. I keep forgetting the name of it, but that looks interesting to me because you know it's sci-fi, it's out there, it's a little crazy. But as for like 1-to-1 accurate, or as accurate as you can be with a game, historical accurate war game, no, I don't really care. I like something crazy. I like something fantastical, something that imaginative. History, I mean, it's fascinating as history, but it's also kind of boring in terms of a war game and painting miniatures. Outside of someone commissioning me to paint something for a historical war game, I don't think I'd ever pick up any of it. That's just me though. It's not my bag. Yeah, give me crazy shit. You're excited to see 40k Lion? I'm glad you're excited for it. I'm not excited for it. I'm kind of neutral. I'm still waiting for them to bring Dorn back. Thank you very much. Bring back my Dorn boy. Or Russ. Conflict 47, I think that's it, yeah. Yeah, that one looks interesting to me, because it's alt history, it's crazy, over the top. That's me. Bugs Bunny, no. That's what I'm saying, bring back Dorn. Huggy Boy Vulcan? I would like Vulcan back, yeah. That'd be cool. Eggman has an announcement? Oh, Sonic. You would paint Dorn as a Templar in Red Hot Minute? I would too. Absolutely. If they brought Dorn back to 40k, I would roleplay the shit. Because my main Space Marine army for 40k is Black Templars. So for me, if they released 40k Dorn, fuck it. He's leading the Templars, man. Ah, wouldn't hesitate. That would be so awesome.
Going for the win.
Oh yeah. He's my favorite Primarch. Next to Vulcan. And I like Vulcan because, you know, for obvious reasons, but Dorn's like my favorite. Favorite fairly on the bar Primarch. Back Dorn. Might come next. I don't know which one will be a guarantee to come back, but on the tabletop, they still need to release a proper Fulgrim. Unless I'm not thinking of... They haven't done that yet, have they? I feel like I would have heard about that. But, I would say Fulgrim is next. God, I can't do that from my phone. Is first. Rumors are an Emperor's Children refresh. I would like to see that. Absolutely. Purdy would probably be my second prediction to come out. Hey, Tucker. Yeah, I am more rank and flank kind of guy. The Oathmark and Warhammer Army Project. Yeah, that's my prediction. Because we already got Angron, we got Mortarion, we already got Magnus. Lorgar, I feel like he'd be the last one brought back, but I can't exactly say why I feel that way. I have a few reasons, but I'd say he'd be the last one brought back. Unless Horus could be brought back, then he'd be the last one, obviously, but I really hope they don't do that, to be honest. Like, 2 Primarchs, though, it'd be cool to see them back. I don't ever want brought back. Sanguinius and Horus, because for me, it would rob that entire finale of the Horus Heresy of any significance if they brought back Horus or Sanguinius. Or both. Oh, that would undo so much. No, they need to be permanently out of the game. For the Horus Heresy tabletop, fine. But not for 40k. Don't ever bring back Sanguinius. I don't care if it is like the final chapter or whatever. Same with Horus. Don't bring Horus back. Keep them dead. Keep them dead as a doornail. I love Sanguinius. I think Horus is badass. But that lore significance has its significance because of the finality of it. Leave it. I would sooner have Ferrus Manus back than Sanguinius or Horus. Though I wouldn't want him back either, because again, I would want his death was also pretty major. Okay. So I think these guys are almost ready for washes. things. So that, no problem. I warn you, our community can be a little spicy. Hello, big hentai titties. I always love reading that. Ooh, did someone say spicy? Yep. Loads. Like a California Reaper. Or sorry, Carolina Reaper, not California. Carolina Reaper. Take old bitties. We're spicy as salt. A Malkador book would be nice. Yeah, I would definitely like a Malkador book. There we are. Yeah, you've gone through several stages of music love. In only a few years. That's pretty normal. As you get older, you tend to expand your horizons. Alright, so I'm gonna set these aside real quick. But for everyone just joining the stream now, or only recently joined, this is what I was working on the first 2.5 to 3 hours of the stream. So, look, if you go all the way back to the beginning of the stream and then to where I finished this is how it came out. I just wanted to bring it over because I wanted to show what you guys looked like when it was dry. And it is indeed dry. And this is not from a kit or anything, by the way. This is all me. I built this the way it is. It's 3D printed assets on the hot glued to a piece of chipboard or cardboard. And everything I painted at the beginning of the stream. So this is what it looks like finished. This is what will end up getting the varnish. It did turn out really nice, thank you. I blasted Dragula earlier. It's on my playlist. Before that, it was Sanctus Dominus by Powerwolf. And I'm actually going to switch to Dream Evil real quick. Or Glory Hammer. Do I want to do Glory Hammer? Nah. Yeah, I do love how this came out, though. I'm very happy with myself. I think Alpharius would get one. A model? Probably. Yeah, Dream is pretty good. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, guys. And then we'll get away with this. We'll also give a chance for that copper to dry. And I think we're about ready to apply washes, but I'll look over it one more time. And I'm back. Sorry about that. I decided to also really quick and run and grab, since I know I've been mainly painting orcs lately, or blood angels, I think a lot of people forget how many other armies I collect and paint. So, this is, and also, Lady Runesong, in terms of other units I have with some personal or custom lore, this is another one of them. This is my Canis Rex. Everything on here is hand painted, by the way, including the Templar crosses. I don't do decals, pretty much ever, or transfers. Yeah, and this guy right here is 3D printed. This is a Leviathan Dreadnought. Again, likewise, everything's hand painted. Yeah, these are. There we go. Welcome back, Kyokyo. Yeah, I just wanted to share it with you guys so you guys know I've painted other things. Yeah, as for the custom lore, this Canis Rex is piloted by a knight by the last name, I don't remember now. Sorry, Hirian. So Knight Hirian is a noble from a fairly backwater world. Now, Hirian was the last of his line in his family to earn the right to be a knight and pilot an Imperial Knight. He had no sons when he was called to duty for the first time. No one to succeed him, no one to possibly take up the torch. Their world was under siege by World Eaters. And they had only a planetary defense force and him as the pilot of an Imperial Knight. He went and surged into battle by himself, and though he took out many a heretic, he and his knight were eventually brought to its knees. Just when all hope seemed lost and the heretics were about to take his world, drop pods began crashing around him and around the enemy, bearing the Templar cross. They all piled out, and the Black Templars pushed back against the World Eaters, smashing against them and crushing them under boot. They destroyed the heretics. And High Marshal Helbricht himself saved the Knight Hirian. In honor of being saved by the Black Templars and his world and his people being saved, Knight Hirian vowed that his house would forego all individual insignia, all honors that were essentially, in his mind, lost to them in that battle. For his life was now entirely owed to the Black Templars, and thus all of his descendants would share that debt. So, the House of Hirian no longer bore any of unique sigil, any unique regalia. It would now forever be entirely indebted and designed after the Black Templars, and they would forever serve them directly. Yes, you can. You can't make them a part of the army, but you can ally them in as a second detachment. So you'd have your detachment, your actual Space Marine detachment, and then you'd have to add a secondary detachment that would be like heavy auxiliary or something, and then you could put in a knight. I will let you know that unfortunately, if you do multiple detachments, that lessens how many command points you get at the start of the game, so it does technically put you at a disadvantage. But to be honest, to field a Canis Rex as direct support alongside my Black Templars, I think I'll take the command point loss. Because even if I lose, I'll be like, that was cool as shit, worth it. But yeah, Knight Hirian and his house now bear the Black Templar cross and serve the Black Templars. They completely surrender themselves to the Templars. Hence why he's designed like this. I do need to dust him. But yeah, I assembled and painted this guy a long time ago. back on track. Oh, really? Imperium roll? Maybe I can work that one in. Hey, 792, welcome to the stream. Came to pin along. Awesome. Welcome aboard. Yes, I've been going for about almost 5 hours now. We're still going to keep going, don't worry. We're not near the end here. Awesome. Yeah. Full painting day. Hobby day. Actually been really fun so far. And making it through that terrain piece earlier, working on these guys. I've been very productive. Boob! And just get it to a... What clan is it? Death Skulls. I don't like blue, so I go with purple. Listen here, He-Man. Boobs are the way to victory. I will defeat you. Let's see. Wow. Alrighty. Oh no. The gun barrels aren't drilled. Fuck. Damn you! Damn it. It's between the teeth when I paint, and I don't know if that's a very healthy practice. As long as you're not biting down too hard, you should be fine. In a game, brother. Not gonna lie, I'd be interested to see a girly man make an appearance, even though I don't like him. Is there any hope for Space Marine 2? I mean, there's hope. I mean, absolutely there's hope. Ugh. Yeah, there's definitely hope for Space Marine 2. It's just, the writer is a political activist, is kind of the problem. Isn't it coming out soon, Space Marine 2? I don't know, it was announced forever ago. So I would hope by now they would be looking at a release. But, I don't know. Might be coming out late 2023. Okay. I hope, You lost a lot of hope when you found the writer? Yeah, I lost a good chunk of hope. But, with any luck, it won't be too bad, given the writer. But we'll see. This might be one of those rare occasions that the writer, despite being an activist, left their bullshit at the door. I mean, I don't even know if the person was the primary writer on the game either, so there's also that. Might get lucky in that regard. And they weren't like the head honcho or anything. Good enough. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you have to go through our phone today, Jenny. Hopefully you find some good things on there. Good memories and stuff. There we go, got that out of the way. Getting slings in the kit is very neat. Okay. That was fun. I'm glad I found some pictures. Roach wrap's done. Now I think I will do some general detailing before painting eyes, skin, and finally basing. Nice. Wait, you do basing last? I normally do it first. Because literally everything's on top of it, so... Want to know what I like foundation? That, though, it depends. With my Blood Angels, I do the base last. But for, like, these ones, I did the base first. Yeah, Matt. Excuse me. Get them out of the way. That's my general, though. Like, it's not 100% consistent on it. But each to their own. I have no problem with it. Oh, man. go. Now, did I get everything? Looks like I did. Good. Now we can apply washes. Always whenever I think I'm good, I'm done, like I finished it, there's always something else I catch with my eye. It's like, lies. Common artist problem. And yeah, it's like every time it's like, it's just not enough. There's more. There's more. More. There's another one. More. So when you think you're done, they pull me back in. Hey, Bo! Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What is that emoji? Behind the scenes. Shut your back, you old man. I ain't old. Then he is to the baby. I told you. Yeah, well, I ain't a baby either. There's a middle ground in between the two things. Oh, Bo. You missed earlier, but this is what I was doing for the first, This is what I was working on the first 3-ish hours? 2.5, 3 hours of the stream. This was like the main project. Now I'm working on Warbikers, and then I'm gonna finish them up. At least a few of them. Yeah, huh? I don't call myself old. I say I feel like I'm old. Good train. Thank you. Yeah, I worked pretty hard on it. If you want to see what it looked like when I started, go to the very beginning of the stream and go to 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 40 minutes to see roughly what it looked like when it was finished. But or skip back to here. But yeah, this was the first chunk of the stream. Was working on this. And how do I apply the washes? The boys wash. Yeah, they're getting their wash now. Well, I've seen them both on video call. They're very different people. They're both old men, but they're both wise old men. Sort of. Yeah, big old troll. Need some more Lincoln loyalists. Lincoln loyalists? What? Lincoln loyalists. My brain might not be working, but Lincoln what do you mean by Lincoln loyalists? Like Abraham Lincoln? Like is it me? Oh, okay, TTS. Yeah, I don't know every TTS meme. I know very few of them, to be honest. By heart, anyway. You put washes on after everything, right? Not really used them. I've been using some shades, but not washes. Yeah, you put washes on after everything is done, because they're kind of the final step. When you wash a mini, that's you basically saying you're done. Because they go into all the creases and stuff. There is like a couple things you could do after washing. Like what I do is I wash, let it dry, and then I do like one lighter tone on the skin to add some depth. But outside of that, I'm pretty much done after I apply a wash. You having a heart attack? Oh, jeez. Well, is your arm going numb? Because if your arm's going numb, you might actually be having a heart attack. That might be why. And if so, please call your equivalent of 911. Please and thank you, Calcio. That's not a good sign at all. You've been loving then jacking off nightshade for your crickers? Cool. No, I'm exaggerating, but I still feel too much heart activity for what seems reasonable. I mean, it might just be, are you stressing about something? Is there anything on your mind? It could be a number of things. Did you have a lot of caffeine? I mean, I know my heart races when I'm doing something very idle when I drink a shit ton of caffeine. When I down them sodas, ooh. You know, my heart's trying to beat its way out of my chest. If I go hard enough on it. YouTube just sent out a notification on my live stream. At least to me. Don't consume energy drinks or coffee, so no. I don't know. That's about the only prediction I got. Leaf with tea, and a while back it helped me chill out a bit. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't drink much tea. I survive off soda, which is not healthy, but it's what I'm on. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. And I found that people lose a lot of weight when dropping something as straightforward as soda, because soda really is just a huge weight builder. It's all that sugar and all that everything in it just adds to your size. But unfortunately, it's just for me. I've formulated a bad habit, and yeah, it's pretty much my main source of energy throughout the day, and I don't like coffee. There's 17 different illnesses. I mean, kinda, yeah. That's fucking weird. Don't let the local inquisitor see that. Ooh. Ah. I'm gonna let them dry for a second. And let my back rest for a second. Whew. I'm an old man, people! Old! I'm dying. This has been a pretty good day so far. I'm not gonna lie. It does not feel like it's been 5 hours, let alone almost 6. Feels like it's been like an hour since I started, but it's been way more than that. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the tabletop wargaming and miniature painting and this whole hobby. It's just, you can get lost in it so easily and just enjoy yourself. Especially if you're like listening to music and you're having casual bants. I mean, yeah, the time just flies on by. soon as the wash is dry a little bit, I'm gonna... Well, I can get the mix started right now. Cheesy Bread, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? I've had a very productive day. Now I'm finishing up these 3 Warbikers. And I'm going to show it off after I'm completely done these guys. But I also finished a terrain piece. Which was the first chunk of the stream, was working on a terrain piece. There's the miniatures, tiny metallic belt nubs. Nice. Ladder tap. Tater? Later tater? Oh, you're heading out? Alright, have a good one, man. Take your hand out. Looking snazzy, boss. I know, they're looking pretty good. Now I just gotta darken the rims as soon as they're completely dry. Whew. There we go. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. You have procured mozzarella sticks. Delish. I have not eaten today. Huh. Have you been drinking water this? No. I've been pounding back Mountain Dew. I literally woke up and immediately got the stream underway, so... As a special test of the other question I asked you before, if you could play any instrument, what would it be? Any instrument. Probably the violin. I know the stereotypical answer for a guy is like a guitar or drums, but for me, every time I see like a violinist, like really talented ones at that too, that can like really go ham on a violin and make some amazing music, I'd say a violin. It's just I've seen such amazing music played with a violin that you wouldn't think a violin would sound good with. The bench hero instrument. The what? What does the violin have to do with bench hero? Bench hero is really good violinist. Kind of stereotypical, but still very impressive. Stereotypical. I guess I missed out on that stereotype. What? Of course I take pictures. I like mementos from my work. I'll rest my back for a second here. I do wish this camera had a bit better picture right now, because unfortunately, I think it's partly because of the lighting, but it's not quite showing the miniature in its full glory, but looks somewhat decent on the camera. Correct answer is cowbell. More cowbell! Start painting my dude's skin, eyes, and hair? Probably. I'm really starting to feel this on my back. Alright, so this should be dry enough to show them on the terrain piece. My headphones are dying. That's for now. If I don't come back before you end the stream, thanks for hosting this, and I hope the rest of your weekend is a good one. You two, Lady Runesong, hope you have an amazing day, and hope whatever you're going to do, going to bounce to do, goes smoothly, and is fun, and is good, and is happy. Yes, because you deserve nothing less. Alright, thank you for joining for as long as you did, though. Much appreciated. I think I'm gonna... I'm not gonna end the stream yet, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom and... join a call. Because why not? Harassing people's fun. That was a joke. It was a joke, YouTube. It was a joke. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to run the call. Harass people.
So,
Hello.
wie geht es Ihnen?
Hero.
Hallo,
Howdy.
wie geht es Ihnen?
How are you doing?
Guys, I got detected. Guys, I got detected.
It took about 5 seconds for Karn to kill a civilian.
I did not kill a civilian. I put on my mask and shot in the air. Love is in the air. Oh!
For
A
context,
civilian came
for
to me
context,
into
they're
a
playing
cubicle.
Payday.
Yes.
Hello,
No,
civilian.
He did that
Come
on
to
a
me.
normal
Come to
day.
me in my cubicle.
Hello, stream. We're playing Payday. We're not sociopaths.
We are on stream. Hello!
Hello.
How's it doing?
We're definitely not sociopaths. No, no.
Oh, totally not. No.
I did not shoot
Yeah,
in the
no.
air with my AK.
I did not shoot her. I did not.
I got 2 hostages up here.
I did not
Dude,
hit her.
I rewatched Total Recall today with some of my friends, and we all had a good laugh with the voice line of his. Consider this a divorce.
Hey, Dragonis, come get this hostage.
Consider this a divorce.
Why? Hostages
Wow.
are irrelevant.
Okay.
Don't worry, we got some hostages. I made sure of that.
We got 10 hostages.
Oh.
Camera! Fuck the paparazzi.
And as soon as the cops come in, we don't have any.
Don't mention that we are firing at them. Okay,
Yes.
guys, we need to
I'm
be
regretting my
together.
decisions.
Yes, sir. Why?
Charge the fire. If you are closer than the barrel of their gun, they cannot shoot you.
That's not how it works.
Well, Asmo, you just jumped in the most unopportune moment.
Is
That
there
is
an
not true.
opportune time to join when Karn is in the call?
Well,
I haven't been that bad
Depends
the
Could've
last
if you
been
couple
want
of
to be
worse.
times.
demonetized or not.
I haven't
been
been that
worse.
bad the last couple of times.
I just want to point
could
out,
have been a lot worse.
during my 6-hour stream, I've completed an entire terrain piece and, well, technically three Warbikers for my works.
Warbikers.
Yes, my Elves
Someone
Angels
get
project
Brutus.
is making fruit.
Chaos images.
Ludus is inspecting the floor. That's not good.
Inspecting the
Don't
floor.
worry, Tang will do it also.
Does that mean he's dead?
No.
No, he's just
Not yet.
I was down.
Hmm.
I'm
He's
really
down.
bad. I'm really bad at the whole like dodging the bullets thing. But I'm
it's
really
the paparazzi.
But you're
I'm
really
really
good
good
at the
at
whole catching the bullet thing.
that too, but I'm also really good at the smack them in the face with the knife thing.
This is why you should use the ex-president perk deck, because I'm catching a lot of bullets and I'm not going down.
Just
Well, the
invest
thing
in a
is,
shit ton in armor.
I
But-
cannot
but-
be unalived.
But you can be. It just takes a lot of effort.
No, as long as someone kills, my armor instantly regenerates.
And when I get kills, see the thing is, I have way boosted melee damage. Oh fuck.
You want to know
What?
what's my favorite way to punch someone in this game? With the 50 cal from across the room.
I don't believe that's punching. I believe that we just call that shooting.
It's kinetic force delivered from long range.
Uh-huh.
All shooting someone
I think
is
Asmo needs a
long
gin
range- is a long range melee
or a
assault.
whiskey.
Put the scope
Or
on my
ice
power
cream.
fist.
Also, if you can't convince your wife to wear a black dress for the wedding,
Why?
We'll leave them to it. Their whole payday murder spree. So I'm gonna take these bad boys and put them away because they're done. I'm making some pretty good progress today. 4 Warbikers all set. A terrain piece I've been meaning to finish for a while. Progress, my children, progress! Now we're gonna work on 4 knobs. Sounds good to me. Sorry. Anyway. Okay. Before I start this next one, though, I should probably switch out the water in my jars again. Yes. Asmo gave up on them already. Of course I gave up on them. No. I hope I can get this done before midnight. I would advise it, especially since it's, by your clock, it's around 10:03, isn't it? 10:03 or 11:03? There's no demanding lover. Novi will demand. As a cat will do. I'm excited for tomorrow too, because the February vacation is officially ending for the kids tomorrow, so we're all back to work on Monday, which I kind of am happy for because money. But I'm also kind of happy. I'm also happy for tomorrow because tomorrow, at least it looks like it so far, we're gonna be doing treasure hunting. Me and the squad. Yes, exciting. anything in ages. Paint anything in ages. Yeah. This is kind of my self-encouragement to do so. You know, I put it off quite often as well, because it's like, oh, I gotta do this, gotta do that, gotta do this, gotta do that. Finally I said, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Stop making excuses. I'll make a day out of it. So I literally turned today, the whole day, into Paint Minis Day, because I felt like it. You know, good day. Good day. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna replace the water in these and get to work on those knobs. Actually, instead of just those 4, let's get more than that done. I have a ton of knobs to work on, so... We'll just work on all the ones I got in that particular box. Why not? So many knobs that need painting. We'll do a batch paint. And map's ready. Yay. Map's ready for the treasure hunt tomorrow. Tomorrow. Everybody's excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow. Alright. Batch painting. Everyone's favorite pastime. Okay. I've had worse batch paints. Although there is quite a bit of variety in these models, so this will be interesting. Oh, let me stretch. Now, do I start with the green or do I start with the brown? Part of me says yes to one and no to the other, but I don't know. I guess we'll start with green and move our way around. Sounds good to me. Jenny, you've never been a bitch to me, ever. I don't believe you have it in you. That was a lie. I believe you have it in you, but I don't want you to bring it forth. Keep your inner healer sadist in check, please. Mari the Destroyer because I routinely made people cry during raids. Well, you won't get to me yet. That comes later. When I'm vulnerable. Anyway. Let us get underway with the batch bending of these young lads. Because they're afraid of you. I believe that. But I will not fear you. For I know the good in you. You gone down a lot since then? I certainly have never experienced the full-blown rage you speak of, so I would assume so. Yeah. Okay. Halfway down the base of their skin. Man, this is draining my patience. Yep, the beauty of mini painting. It finds a way to drain your patience without the merest inconvenience of times. Ooh. Ah. Ow. It cracked me neck in the wrong way, and I'm regretting it. Oh. Sweet Lord. Yup, that's a stinger. That stings. Hey. Think I did pull some in my neck, yeah. Half my back is pulsing. Pain. Ah. Sweet Nelly Bedelly. Why back? Why have you betrayed me? Ow. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I do have an old man back. I'm regretting it. All right, I think 7 hours is a full day. Wouldn't you guys agree? And it's a full work day. So, this isn't a bad place to call it. I did want to do these guys, but I don't think I got it in me right now. Been a fun day though. Like, this has been a very, very fun day. Very good stream. Very good bants. But let's see. What a safe place to call it. Yeah. I'd say 7 hours. A little over 7 hours is a fair full day. I'd argue anyway. It's a good day. You should use this to get a day of painting in more often. And maybe. Can't say it'd be too regular, but wouldn't be a bad idea. That way I can actually get through my entire Ork army within like maybe a couple months. Decisions. Well, I'm gonna call it there because my back decided to give out on me before I give out on it. So, 9 to 10 hours here, which is why I miss your earlier weekday streams. I miss them too, but unfortunately I am a school teacher now, so my earlier part of my day is taken. But maybe in the future. Oh, alright. Have a good night, everybody. Make sure to leave a like, subscribe, check out the Patreon, all that fun stuff. Have a good one, folks. Have an amazing night, and thank you for the day of Warhammer. Have a good one.